Hello, everyone. How are we doing on this lovely Thursday afternoon? I have some friends with me this Thursday afternoon. I have Neva and I have Tina. And Neva, if you want to introduce yourself, you can, but I am going to make Tina do it because it is the first time Tina's been on this channel. So we have to do the things. You can opt out if you wish because you've been here longer than I've had a channel. You've been with us. So, anyway, we are here for Thursday sprints. We're going to try to keep to a 15:45 because I know it's the middle of the day. People have things to do, and we're going to keep these as good reading productivity sprints. Say hello. Let us know what you're doing or reading this afternoon, and we'll do the things. If you are not subscribed to either of these lovely people and their faces are brand new to you, the links are in the description box down below. So go do the things you're going to want to. And Neva, what you doing?
I'm Neva. Hello. Okay. For me, it's very early in the morning. Okay, noon is not noon for me. What am I doing today? I am diamond painting. Because I need to finish Hedwig. Is there a progress photo for Hedwig? Yes, there's a total of one because I completely forgot to take progress photos for this painting because it was very quick. So she was halfway done when I was like, oh, I should post a progress photos.
Yes.
Before I just show up on the gram and I'm like, I finished it.
Yeah.
People are like,
I feel like that's how I feel like when I think I'm going to do B-roll for a vlog. I'm like, I'm going to do B-roll. And then the vlog's over and I'll be like, oh, I didn't film anything.
I did nothing. So I have this much left.
Oh my gosh. Ooh, wow. I love it.
There's only 2 AB colors in here, I think. But the stripes, you can tell, I think. So these are not ABs, but these stripes are all ABs.
You can see this
also
for sure.
Anyone that watches my whipping chat tomorrow that watches me put down about 24 wrong drills, no, you didn't. Okay? It's been fixed. Also, I put down a whole bunch of wrong drills this morning and then spent half an hour picking them off. It's fine.
Oh.
It's just part of the craft. So I'm told.
Yeah.
So I'm doing that. And then I'll probably go back to my square one unless I decide to go upstairs and get Oscar the Grouch. I don't know. I have 3 new paintings coming because I'm in grieving. So I ordered them off Amazon. They are Diamond Art Club, but they're Amazon exclusive ones that I found. And they were all less than $20. So I was like,
yeah.
Also listening to A Court of Mist and Fury. And because I finished Gilmore Girls. So now I have no choice but to read. Okay, I have no excuses.
Yeah.
At some point, I may read some more of 069, a bingo parlor romance. Which you'll be hearing about soon in a special vlog.
Honestly, I cannot tell you what Smuttober and a certain vlog that I'm doing with you and a couple of other booktubers has done to my reading this month. But if to tell you anything that my best book of the month so far is Our Pastry Shifters, if that tells you anything about how my reading month is currently going.
Apparently 069 is part of a series because there's at least one more book called G54, I think.
Ask what is
which I just need everyone to understand, or G57, something like that. This is alluded to in 069. Okay, so this is alluded to, so I understand because the next one is an age gap romance.
Okay.
So I already know what's happening. I still have over 100 pages in this book to read, and they've already had. Yeah, it's 257 pages, and I'm like, what else is going to happen in this book?
Because I was expecting it to be small, like my pastry shifters. That was nothing.
See, and the thing is, I'm only 22% into this book, and they're already using things that are not meant to be used, if you understand what I'm saying. And I was like, what else are you going to give me?
Is this older people?
Yes.
No.
Well, is it an age gap?
No, the
Like, is it the
second
old
one
people?
is
Oh,
an
the
eight.
second book is.
So
Okay.
this one, it's two. I'm sure this next one is about her best friend, but it's two like 30 somethings that live in one of the girls' like deceased grandma's apartment. Okay, so they're roommates in this apartment because the girl whose grandma has passed away, she's like basically she got divorced because her husband didn't understand why she couldn't like get rid of all of her grandma's things because like her grandma was basically her mom, whatever.
Yeah.
So they live here, right? So instead of like going clubbing, because apparently at 35 we still go clubbing. I missed that memo. Um Considering that I'm not even 32 when I am not clubbing. So, no. They decide to go to bingo in memory of this chick's grandma. That's basically what happens. And
Okay.
like the dude that's doing like the bingo caller is there for like a charity
Mhm.
purpose, but he's like super hot and he's like supposed to be about their age. So I'm sorry, Ari gave me her cold, so I sound like
No worries.
It's fine.
I'm
so
sorry.
I'm so cold right now.
So our main character, whose name I can't remember because do I remember names? No. But the one girl, not the girl whose grandma died, but the friend, okay? She ends up hooking up with this dude, but they've already I'm 22% in and they've already had a quickie like during bingo? Which
Well,
like what are
you
you
weren't
doing?
going to that for quality smut. Like, let's
And
be
then also they've had like an actual session. I'm not gonna tell you what they use, Brittany already knows, but
I
what
do.
are you doing?
I
No,
absolutely do.
well, actually, you only know of one thing. They actually use 2 different things, and I was like, no." Um, Also, most of the people in this bingo parlor are older people, but there is, like, this small group of, like, college kids that like, college females that come
Mhm.
on these nights that this guy is the bingo caller because he's hot. Like,
Mhm.
you're like we're like made to believe that he probably just has sex with like a lot of people because he like keeps condoms like in the desk drawer of the office. What are you doing? Um, Disease. But anyway, but yeah, I'm confused.
Fair.
It sounds a lot better than I thought it was because I assumed it was like 2 80-year-olds. Like when you said that,
Right.
I was
At
like, oh,
least,
it's 2
yeah,
80-year-olds.
it's not geriatric smut, at least.
Yeah, that's what I
Also,
assumed.
now I would assume like I know that like I'm sure the second one, because of the way that it's introduced as to what the second one is, it is going to be like the friend whose grandma passed away and like a 50 something year old man, which like fine, like I don't care, like whatever, age gap is an age gap, you know what I'm saying? It's only like it's less than 20 years, so like I don't care. But here's the thing. Okay, the language that they use in this book,
Right.
never in my life. Like the amount of times that they say mound,
No.
ew,
No.
no. And the amount that they describe like the act of,
Yeah.
as slamming into something, I'm sorry.
You're like, no, thank you.
So, is it quality?
Doesn't seem
No.
like it.
No.
Am I glad I'm not listening to this as an audiobook?
Right.
Yeah.
I could never, honestly, because I was gonna try to find it as an audiobook because reading isn't really like a thing that I'm doing right now. I mean, reading with my eyes, but I was like, you know what? I can't, in good conscience, for the books that were picked for me for this vlog. No, I
Mhm.
can't.
That's
They're
fair.
just gonna get read.
That's
with my
fair. On a whole other note, Tina, can you introduce yourself to the channel?
Hi.
We're gonna segue.
I'm Tina. This is my channel. It's just my name, and I started making videos in July. Yeah. Is that good enough?
That's good. What are you reading?
Okay. I'm reading a bunch of different things, but I'm going to be focusing on The Heart of Devin McCabe by
Mhm.
Nora Roberts
Nice.
and Spy Family Volume 3.
Oh, we love this. I love
Yes.
this for you. That's fantastic. I
And
need to get more Spy Family read. I think I'm gonna
Yeah.
do that this weekend.
Which ones have you read?
I've only read one, but I have the next 5 volumes. So like
Really?
I kind of want to just like
Yeah. It
read.
gets their
Yeah.
book. I thought book 3 was going to be like really upsetting in the beginning because of the way
Right.
Buddy to end it, but actually it's so funny. Like I
Yeah.
was putting it off because I was like, it's going to be sad, but it's really, it's so funny. It's really good.
Yeah. I think that's what I'm going to do this weekend at some point is just like binge through Spy Family because I kind of need a break from romance, to be truthfully honest, which is why today I am going to finish Accurate Agely Brown because I am almost done. I only have like an hour and a half, 2 hours left of this. So like this won't take very long. And then I'm going to switch to A Good Girl's Guide to Murder because we're going to pivot for a few minutes. We're going to pivot.
I can't wait for you to read that book. I can't. Oh,
so that's today's goal. But first I need to vlog because I have not updated the vlog in a hot minute. But before we go into our first sprint, let me just go through the comments, see who's here, see what they're all reading, and then we'll hop into some reading. Good morning, Lynn. Lynn has 10% left of Elantris. I can do it. You definitely can do it. You've got this. We'll be here for the next few hours to help you. Hello, Amanda. Hello. And I just saw that it's your birthday. Happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful birthday. Hello, Lexi. You're at work, going to read the last word, but thinking about putting in my headphones this afternoon and listening to IPB1. And since you're at work, I so want you to do this. Like, please put your headphones in, listen to Ice Planet while at work. I support this choice. 40 out of 96 tasks on my to-do list so far. So I'll be finishing off that. Off what I can and reading The Bewitching of Evelyn Jones by Phil Hicks. Nice. Hello, Michaela. You'll be working from home today. That's nice. Spent the morning watching Vampire Diaries, and now I'm going to switch to my audiobook, Dark Lover, the first book in the Black Dagger Brotherhood series. I've heard great things about this series from Kimberly. Kimberly reads this series from Whimsical Narratives. Hello, ML.
Lots of people love that series.
Lots
Jessica from Peace Love Books loves it a lot too.
Hello, ML. In the campus office today, going to give a midterm in 30 minutes. Well, I hope that goes well. Hello, Alicia, working and listening to The Bone Orchard. Hello, Kelly, reading Friends We Keep by Susan Mallory. Very nice. And we are so loved when you pop in and say hi, even though I know you have to go work. But thank you for coming. Forgot I had this tab open in the background. I jumped so high when it started. We're sorry we scared you. I have done this before when I was on someone's sprints and I was filming and then the cat went off. And I was like, oh, right. Oh, yeah. I'm supposed to be other places. Like, it's very jarring. But you're reading Crooked Kingdom. Nice. You'll finish it today. I'm sending you all the good vibes to get it done today. I'm sorry your internet's not working. To be honest, at any point, StreamYard may kick me out. It's not my internet. I've put in a thing to StreamYard, and they're looking into why I'm having this issue. But StreamYard just keeps kicking me out.
Yeah.
And I can come right back, but it kicks me out. And I'm like, sir, why? Why are you doing this? It happened twice on Tuesday. So if I leave, I will come back. If the cat just disappears again, I will come back. It's hopefully they'll fix it soon. Maybe they already have, so it might not happen. Who the heck knows? Just read Darius in BDB, and it's listed as 0 in the series, but you really need to get so far in the series before you go back and read it. So it's probably a good idea for Black Dragon Brotherhood to read that like in publication order, I would assume, versus in chronological order. Of course, today everyone would decide to join me in the break room for lunch, and y'all are talking about some. You're welcome. So welcome. Not quality reading, but quality content for the vlog. Exactly. Oh, these
here for
be unhinged. To be honest, just keep an eye out for that.
I definitely told Misery when Eva about this morning, and he was like, "Bro, what are you and your friends doing?" Like,
I mean, it's not, but it's
I was like, "We're making quality content for YouTube, okay?"
You know what? My most watched videos are my KU vlogs.
I have to sometimes
want to read that kind of stuff. You want to see the chaos of me having to read it.
Right,
Yes,
and I definitely have
definitely.
to remind him, like, do you remember when we did the BookTube boyfriend tag and you said that my favorite genre was smut?
He did say that.
Now he's regretting everything he said.
Oh, you've started Kingdom of Ash. That's exciting. 10% in. Hello, Taylor. How are you? Eating chicken spaghetti I made last night and started reading Swordcatcher by Cassandra Clare. So excited to read it. I actually really want to read this now that I know it's not part of the
Mm,
Shadowhunters world because, to be honest, I'm very behind in Shadowhunters and shall probably never catch up. So the fact that this is like outside of that is like, oh, perfect. I can finally kind of read Cassandra Clare. Roe liked Sword Hunter, but it was a 40+ page prologue, but was a 40.
The 40, yeah.
Yeah,
The
no.
prologue is like 40 like
mm.
here's the thing, I just don't care. Like,
It's
I read Cassandra Clare, like, as a teenager, I just don't care to read her
yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair.
as an
Cassandra
adult.
Mm,
Clare's wordy. Like, could use an editor.
yeah. Her chapters are
Well,
also really long, right? Like I
yeah.
only read one book by her.
Yeah.
So like I only read what was it, City of Bones, the first book.
Mhm.
And like that was a
They're
long time
longer
ago.
than they need to be, for sure.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, definitely. They're definitely longer than they need to be. Hello, Courtney. Running these most of the day. I hope so. I need some motivation. So for this Thursday, we're only going to go for 4 hours. After this though, I will always be doing 7-hour sprints on Thursdays. You're welcome.
Okay.
She's you're welcome.
You're welcome. You'll watch me lose lose all my brain cells as the day goes on every Thursday, and it'll be a great time. Hello, butterflies in books. Not feeling well today. Oh no. I hope you feel better and sending you all the
Yeah.
vibes for rest and healing. But still hoping to get some reading done. Listening to a thriller called A Nearly Normal Family and reading some romance manga. What manga are you reading? Because I'm really trying to get into manga. I like the ones I've read, but I don't know where to start. So like would love some recommendations. It's good and smutty. We love that. We love it. Also hoping to outline some posts for my reading blog. Very nice. Reading The Ruin of Kings today. Ooh, I really want to pick this up. I keep saying I'm going to and then not because it's like intimidating to me for some reason, but someday I will. Hoping to get the audiobook for Swordcatcher from my library. Yes. That's actually I need to get away from romance for a minute, but also Libby's about to snatch my audiobook away. So
Yeah.
it kind of worked out for both reasons.
Bro, you went through a doozy with romance this month though.
I've read so many. I need a break. I need a break. It's been a lot. We love a long spring queen, right? You're welcome.
Mhm.
My Happy Marriage is a great manga if you like fantasy romance. Okay, I'll check that one out for sure. Hello, Christina. How are you? Did my adulting already and posted pics of the blanket. Oh, where did you post pics?
It's on Nicole's Discord in
Okay, I'll check it out.
like crafting chat. It's amazing. I was so
I'm
amazed by
excited.
it.
Okay, I'm gonna go look. That's actually gonna be the first thing I do is go check that out, and then I will vlog, and then I can read. That's the first order for sure. Except when I have to adult again and make lunch for my son. Isn't the adulting is never really over, Not really. We wish it was. Thank you so much. That really helps my channel so much, and I do appreciate it on IG and Discord. Okay, I'm gonna look in the first break because I have been wanting to see the finished product of this
Yes.
entire time. Started Vampire Night, and I'm liking that one. Nice. Probably, you know what? Probably fantasy more than contemporary with manga, I think, would probably be where I would want to start, but I'm open to both, really. But that is the end of the comments, and we have been chatting for a few minutes. So let's get into our first sprint, and I will see everyone in 45. Hello. I got to 74% of Actor A.G. Brown. That's the one I almost said Get a Life, Chloe. And I was like, that's not what I'm reading. But my Kindle is telling me that it's almost dead. I clearly wasn't paying attention.
Gosh. Yeah.
So it still has 10% battery. So I'm thinking I should be okay to finish the book. We'll see what happens first. Will I finish the book or will my Kindle die?
Yeah. Mm.
That will be the game for this afternoon. How did the sprint go for you, Tina?
I had something to eat, and then I read, not sure how much, hold on. Maybe like 20 pages of Spy Family.
Nice. I really am excited to read more of that this weekend.
Yeah.
Because I was waiting because I got the first two, like number 2 and 3, and then 5 showed up, and I was like, but I need 4, and then I can
Yeah.
so I was waiting for 4 to arrive, and it came yesterday. So I was like,
Yeah.
now I can do a nice sit down and just go for a while
Yeah.
with it.
I think 10 just came out in English the other day, this month.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I think there's like a couple more that haven't been translated yet.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm
It's gonna
excited
take a while.
to continue. It's definitely my favorite manga series from the trying manga video I did, which is really the only manga I've read at this point.
Yeah.
I read a little over Amazing Readathon, but I definitely want to read more. It's fun. It's a fun time. Neva, I just saw your private message that you are here. Your camera's just off. So how was the sprint for you?
It was fine. I took a shower to try to use the steam to
Yep.
help whatever the hell is going on in my sinuses.
Mm-hmm.
So while doing that, because I literally was just sitting in the shower
Mm-hmm.
for the steam, I got to 35% of 069. This book is so stupid. Anyway, I'm on chapter 14, okay? And I'm just to the point. Now they've done it on the roommate's bed. Why would you do that? Ew. No one wants you on their bed, bro. I no. I mean, listen, I'm reading this so no one else has to because wow. I was planning on reading it anyway, obviously. I downloaded it off of Stuff Your Kindle Day, but
yeah. I feel like we were not kind to each other because we did download some good books for Stuff Your Kindle Day, but we also downloaded some weird stuff because, it was there and we wanted to know what it was. But I feel like we all picked the weird stuff.
Here's the thing, at least
that video, that's what we went with. Instead there were better books that we picked, but that's not what we picked for each other. So
right now, I am truly glad because I actually did think that this book. I didn't read. Do I read synopses? No, I don't. So I actually was kind of afraid that they just put hot people on the cover, but it was gonna be 80-year-old grandmas. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, I don't want to read this. And then I started reading it, and the characters were 35. So I was like, all right,
yeah, that's better aged for sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
We did have a few people join us during that time. So let me just do the hellos to the new people. We had Courtney. Hi, Courtney. How are you? And Tia and Josh. How are you? What is everybody doing or reading of who has joined us? If you haven't told us yet, Tina's going for a walk, but we'll be back. Or not Tina, Courtney. I was looking at Tina and read, and it just my brain went Tina, but I was looking anyway. My brain short circuited. It's fine. I knew what I meant. Got to 45% in The Bone Orchard. Nice. Read 76 pages. Amanda, you told me what you were reading, right? I need to scroll back. No, I don't know what you're reading.
Was it that one she had 10% left, or is that something else?
Oh, that might be true.
10% left of...
No, that was Lynn.
Oh.
No. Amanda, what are you reading? And if you told me, I've forgotten, and I do apologize. That's always one thing with sprints is I really try to remember what everyone tells me, but at some point my brain is too many people, too many titles, and really half the time I can't remember what I'm reading. So how am I supposed to know? Because I'm reading 4 books at once because that's the life of a booktuber apparently.
Yeah, I'm reading 6 books right now, I think.
Great. I'm reading Eve Brown. I'm 70% through Bride, but I'm reading that very slowly. because I need breaks from that. I need to take breaks. Just because it's not bad. It's not great. It's somewhere in the middle. I need breaks. It's fine. And like, it's a thing. We read a lot of books at the same time.
Yeah. I think Courtney says she writes them down, like the person and the book they're reading, which I haven't. I want to try that, but I haven't.
That's a good idea. Luckily most of the time I do have like physical copies, so like I just have like my stack.
Yeah.
And I try to only read one Kindle book at once. Right now I have two because I've got Bride on the Go, because then I can just leave it like this so that the cover's on the front of it.
Yeah.
So like I can remember like that's a book I'm reading.
Yeah.
But right now I've got two because Bride's also on Kindle. So
yeah,
it's fine. Got dressed for that sprint and loved on the dogs. We love that. We love doggy cuddles. Best. Read 6% of The Hexologist by Josiah Bancroft and prepped for dinner. Very nice. Back from lunch, we'll maybe read Be My Ghost, since I can just have that on my phone and be doing inventory on contract keeping patients. Nice. Be My Ghost. What kind of book is that? Does anyone know?
Not sure.
What kind of book?
I assume it's a cozy, but
it could be a cozy. That's what I was thinking. But it's not like super punny. So then I was like, maybe it's not. Let me know. Just finished my video with my son. Then I'll be reading Death Threads today. Very nice. Page 33 in Swordcatcher. So you've made it to page 33, which is awesome. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on this, Taylor, as you read through this, because I am really interested in picking this up. Just started Good Game by Madison Fox this morning. Nice. I feel like everyone's like starting books today. A lot of us are. Oh, I did. Why did I know this? The Bewitching of Evelyn Jones. I feel like I saw this somewhere, or someone else was reading it. Maybe I did know this. Or other people were reading it. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Found out today that Frieren Beyond Journey's End will have 28 episodes. It's anime season. Nice. I'm sure I butchered the name of that show / manga, but I tried my best. Got to 51% in Crooked Kingdom. Nice. That's a chunky one. So that's a bit. It is a cozy. You were right. I should have known you'd be right about a cozy, because of all of us on the panel, Tina reads the most cozies.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever heard of that one. I know that there's a cozy called Be Our Ghost.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's two people owning the inn. That's haunted, but yeah.
I want to read more cozies. I have like a whole stack of them that I keep like picking up at like little free libraries when I see them, or what have you. And I just need to.
It's the perfect time of the year to read them because it's all cozy out.
See, I did know it. I just forgot I knew it. And then I thought I knew it. It's fine. My brain's special, okay? It's a special place up here. Most anime only have 12 episodes per season, and most only get one season. So I'm happy that will get adapted to volume 7, I think. Nice. I don't know much about anime. I do want to watch the Spy Family anime, and like I said, I probably will.
I didn't know that had an anime. That is really exciting. I watched, the only anime I ever watched was, I started, I guess, the one with, it was like a what is it, reverse harem anime, or the high school one, not sure what that is, and then also Our Lie in April, which Neva read as her first manga, right? Yeah, not a good decision as a good anime.
Your Lie in April. Listen to me. I not only read it, but then proceeded to watch the manga after I traumatized myself by reading it. What was I thinking? Clearly nothing at all. You know why? Because this was in 2020. And what else did I have to do but traumatize myself in 2020? Clearly nothing.
Yeah. I was watching it, I was like 9 years old. Like, it was years ago I tried to watch it. So like, that was not the
time. Yeah.
I haven't watched anime since that.
That's fair. Yeah, I really, like I said, I want to watch The Spy Family, and I feel like I don't know which animes to watch before reading which mangas, like which ones have, because it's a
Yeah.
whole thing.
Mhm.
So I'm learning, because I would not say I know enough about it yet, but I
Yeah.
am learning, and I'm excited for that journey. Most likely, most of that journey will happen next year, because at this point, I'm looking at all the lists and goals and things that I made in the beginning of the year when I was a different human, and going, "Oh, I only have less than 2 months
Oh, I've
to,"
given up on all my lists.
and I'm like, some of these will happen. Some of them can still happen. Like, I'm
Yeah.
close on some. Buzzword, I'm close. This is the last book I need to read for Buzzword. As long as I switch out Eye of the World for Barbarian's Heart, which is fine. I still filled the Buzzword, just with a different
Yeah.
book.
Nope.
So,
I
Mhm.
completely
Eye of the
failed
World
Buzzword.
is not happening. Eye of the World is
I
I'm doing
completely failed Buzzword. It's fine. I failed every list that I made this year.
it's fine.
I'm doing pretty well on like
So
the
we'll try again next year.
yeah.
They're just suggestions.
Mhm. I'm doing pretty well on like the challenges. Like I want to read certain thing, certain time in the month,
Mhm.
but I have a list of all this cozy series I want to get in far into, and not doing well in that at all. It's
Mhm.
bad. So
That's fair. I think next year, because this year was like my romance year, unintended, but it's what it was. And I think
Yeah.
next year, if I can somehow force myself to have another year, I would like to do more sci-fi next year.
right.
And I would like to read more cozies next year. That's kind of
Yeah.
my, if I can put that out into the universe,
Yeah.
that's what I'd like
Truthfully,
next year.
I would just like to read a variety next year. 90% of what I've read this year is smut. So
Yeah.
that's fine. I mean, at least, oh, son of a gun. At least most of it had, plot. But, like,
Mhm.
even so, I really neglected my fantasy and thrillers this year.
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm sure I read like no romance this year. Like I was expecting to. Like I was like, okay, I've been reading half romance, half cozies, and then just only read cozies. And I was like, am I gonna go back to romance? I don't think so.
Literally on my goals list was like all these huge chunky fantasies, like Eye of the World. Those did not happen. It was a different.
I was supposed to read. I was supposed to read Eye of the World this year too.
And it's not going to. Like at this point, like that is not happening. I've resigned. I've replaced that on Buzzword with something else, and we're moving on. Like,
Yeah.
I was supposed to read the entire Shadow and Bone series too.
oh, I remember that.
I cracked Shadow and Bone. I read the first 5 chapters and then I set it down and never picked it back up. And it's not because I wasn't enjoying it. I'm not gonna lie to y'all and be like, oh, I hated it. Like I literally was just like, not really in the mood for this. So
Yeah.
it's still sitting on my shelf. Also, I'm not getting rid of any of the 23 books that I wanted to read in 2023 because I've read like 2 of them. So I would end up purging my like basically half my bookshelf. Like I'm no.
Yeah.
Those things that I said in videos in January, I'm like, no one remembers I said that, so I just can change my mind. Like,
I'm
no
sure.
one.
Yeah.
I'm sure no one remembers the books that I said I was going to purge. So I'm just like, you know what? It's
No one
fine.
remembers.
Yeah.
People don't remember their own plans, let alone mine. So it's fine.
And also when you're just starting to like have a bookshelf, like a physical bookshelf,
Uh-huh.
you buy I will buy anything. I would have bought anything and I wouldn't unhaul a single book because I'm like, I need all of them. And now it's like I don't have any room for any of them.
Right?
What am I supposed to do?
So true.
So at first you don't need the
Christy,
purge.
absolutely, right? You just don't need to. And then like I just did a bang on haul. Now I have empty space, but like that will be filled
Yeah.
momentarily. Like, do not worry. I'm going book shopping this week. So like it's fine. I'm going book shopping this weekend for a collab video next week because any excuse to go book shopping is great.
Is a reason, yeah.
In my mind, it's fine. Chrissy, I didn't actually put this pun together, but that's totally probably what the pun is.
Yeah. Yeah.
I somehow didn't catch that. And I love Beauty and the Beast, so I should have, but it didn't click. We'll be holding on contact inventory because a very large box from the manufacturer came in with one of the newest contacts on market. So I'll be assembling that now. Well, have fun with your assembly.
Yes.
We hope you have fun. I did that comment already. I'm like, where are we in the comments? Neva, just a question for you because I'm assuming it's an anime.
That's what I was referring to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Orion High School Host Club.
Yeah. This is an anime, yes.
That's what I figured.
And it's also a manga. It's by the same author as
I mean,
one you
to be
read.
honest, most anime. I mean, there are some that are only animes, but a lot of animes, at least the mainstream ones, are also manga.
Yeah.
It's by
Absolutely.
it's by
Yeah,
the same
like-
author as Millennium Snow.
Yes, I believe so.
Oh,
Yeah,
You
but
read that
you
one, you
can.
have a lot
I
of
mean, with anime, especially if it's like a mainstream anime that like a lot of people know about, it's probably also a manga.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. It's true. This is also accurate. You could just get more shells.
Yeah.
You know, who needs to unhaul when you can just get more shells? Like, really? Ro, I just was reading this while Neva was talking, and this sounds really good. So I'm going to write this down as a potential for my sci-fi journey next year because I want to read more sci-fi because I usually love the sci-fi I read. I just don't like read enough of it. Like, I don't know. I neglect it for some reason.
I need to read Project Hail Mary. Was it for you? Yeah, Project Hail Mary. Because I just have it sitting in my Audible. Because I was supposed to read it last year after I read The Martian.
Mm-hmm.
And then I never read it. Well, that's not true. I started it. But I had taken my, I had done my migraine medicine, if you know what I'm talking about. So the beginning of it just made me laugh because he kept talking about like the catheter that was in or something, and like what he was describing is like actually painful, but like I was so out of sorts, bro. Like I should have just like gone to bed, to be honest. But like I was so out of sorts that like listening to him describe his pain was funny to me. And then the next morning I was like, wow, you are a terrible person.
You're like, oh dear. Chrissy, this is actually what I did with my Bing and Haul and that's why I got the little free library realistically was like, at least I felt like if I did get rid of books that it was like going into the community, which is really nice.
Yeah.
But we are at the end of the comments and we are at the end of the timer. So let me pull up the kitty cat and we will get back to reading and I will see everyone in 45. Hello. I made it to 85% of Factor Age Eve Brown, and I got coffee because that was necessary. How did the sprint go for you, Neva?
I made it to chapter 11 of A Court of Thorns and Roses. I mean, A Court of not Thorns and Roses, Mist and Fury.
Nice. Very nice. Tina, how did you do?
I read 20% in the Nora Roberts book and doing some cross stitching.
Ooh, nice. What's your cross stitch of?
It's gonna be witch's hat. It's gonna be
nice.
3 gnomes, 1 for Halloween, 1 for Thanksgiving, and 1 for Christmas.
Oh, fun. That's fun.
Yeah.
That's really
I don't
fun.
know if it's all gonna fit on here because it's as I realized what's going on. And that's just the first hat. So I don't know how that's gonna go. Might have to separate it, but it's for my mom. She really likes decorating, like with gnomes.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big part of how she decorates. So
nice. And you just recently started cross stitching, right?
yeah, I started last month. I finished one thing. So
nice. Did you find it like easy to get into? Because I would be
Yes.
like, I feel like I would be like, what do I do?
I think with crocheting, I feel like the first thing you should learn is what supplies you need and what they are.
Mm-hmm.
So this is called Ada fabric, 14 count. And so you have to learn the fabric and the thread and all that kind of stuff. At least I think you should, because I feel like that's the easiest way to get into a craft.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just a couple YouTube videos, and it's so simple. Like it's just an X, and it's easy.
Nice. Okay.
I mean, if you're embroidering, that's a whole other.
Right. That's a whole other level.
Yeah. It's just little X's.
That's fair. Let me figure out where we were in the comments because I don't know where we were. There we go. Taylor got to page 57 now and really loving this. Yay. I'm so glad you're loving your book. Got my contact fit set assembled. Contacts are inventoried and got a patient ready for the doctor. That was a productive sprint for you, Lexi, getting lots of work done. Read a couple chapters now on 17 and time for more coffee. Exactly. I did coffee in the last sprint because I was sitting here like yawning and I was like, okay. Because I'm the only one here today. Like no one is, my son is gone. He went out on a adventure with his dad. That's what he calls it. He goes, we're going on an adventure, which means they're going swimming, but he calls it an adventure. And they went to swimming. But so I'm the only one here. So I was like, I can actually just sit. Normally I'm gone during the timer, but I'm like, I can actually just sit and read and be quiet and just never happens and enjoying every moment of it. We'll do some reading in the next sprint between placing contacts in my cart for reorder. 37 pages and made cottage pie. Yum, yum, yum. Hello. What are we reading? So we'll just go around and do a quick thing because we have had a lot of people join since we've started. I'm reading Act Your Age, Eve Brown.
Oh, that's me. I'm reading something. I'm reading A Court of Mist and Fury. That's what I'm reading.
Nice.
I'm reading The Heart of Devin McCade by Nora Roberts and Spy Family Volume 2. Oh, no, Volume 3.
There we go. So that's what we're reading. For anyone who missed that at the beginning. Forgot you guys were on it. It scared me. This happens so often when I am on sprints that I will forget that I have it, especially if I will just put it on the TV and sometimes go do something else. Because usually if I'm watching sprints and I'm not actually on camera, I rarely have it on the computer because my computer's usually like just down here, not on. So I usually will put it on the TV upstairs and then I'll leave that room and like go do something in the kitchen. But our kitchen has like a cutout to the, so it's like, you know, you can hear from one room to the other.
Yes.
And then I'm like, why do I hear noise? Like, I'll be like, who's talking?
Yeah.
Especially when you're by yourself.
Yeah. I'll keep it on my TV so I can see it while I'm off of it on my iPad.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll look at it. Okay, I only have a couple seconds left. I'm gonna go do another stitch real quick or something, and then they'll start talking, and I'll I know that they're about to start talking, but I got distracted for 2 seconds, and now I'm jumping.
Yep. And you'd think it wouldn't be scary because, like, obviously, I recognize pretty much most voices who I'm listening to. Like, I know them well enough to recognize them. Like, even if I
Yeah.
don't know them personally, it's someone that I like watch their videos, watch their content, like I know their voice.
Yeah.
But like still,
Yeah.
what's that? Hi Jill, you've been lurking. We also appreciate all the lurkers here because sometimes
Yes.
I do the same thing. I don't have anything to say sometimes, or I don't want to. So always that is totally fine. But listening to Culty at 66%, got to 57%, read 26 pages. Mom came over and brought me birthday donuts as well as chips and queso. Now that sounds amazing and a perfect birthday surprise. 10% of the hexologist and put dinner on to cook. That's something I do eventually need to have to do. I think I'll be okay to start it when sprints are over, though. I don't think I'll have to start it before then. In a nonfiction mood, so I'm listening to The Sixth Man, Andre. Oh no. Iguodala's memoir, and I'm sure I butchered that. I am sure. These are the books that before I vlog them, I listen to the audiobook for a second just to like, if I don't know how to say an author's name, if I don't know how to say the name of something in the title, before I ever say a word going like, I'm reading this, I listen to it on the audiobook so that I can pronounce it correctly. If I don't have the audiobook, I will like scour the person's Instagram for whenever they did like a interview or what have you. Cause I'm like, I don't want to mispronounce people's names just because I don't know it. But on sprints, I obviously can't do that. At 86%. The Luminous Dead is another sci-fi. I've heard of this one. This is the one with the like hand on the cover, right? It's like a glove on the cover, I think. If I'm thinking of the right one, that's what it is. Diver on an alien water planet getting stuck in a cave with an unreliable coworker in her ear. It's sapphic. My only issue with that is the water thing.
Yeah.
I don't like things happening in the water.
Yeah. Scared of open water. Scared of like that. I am, at least.
I don't like it. It's not for me because here's the thing. We don't know what's down there.
It's another world.
We don't know. And I also live in a coastal place. So like we spend a lot of time near the water.
Yeah.
Because I am very close to the water. So, and even the things we know that are down there, like whales and sharks, like I don't want anything to do with that. So let alone
thingies with light on their head, like no.
Right. Like, and that stuff we know is down there. We have no idea what else is down there. Like, no. I don't do the deep water things.
I was okay with it when I was a kid, and like I used to live pretty close. Like I lived in Philly, so it was like we would go to the Jersey Shore all the time. I was okay with it, but now that I haven't gone in like 5 years, I'm like, no. 10 years, I'm like I can't. What if someone's gonna come and get you? It's going to.
Yep. My son loves to go play at the ocean and in the waves, and I'm like, will not be me taking you, but that's fine. Like I will take you. I'm not getting in the water. And so, you know, someone else is going to get in the water with you.
Completely other habitat.
Because there could be a shark. I don't know. We rarely get sharks here. It's very cold. But we live very far north. There's not that many sharks here. Every once in a while, you get one that floats in. Very, very rare. So it's not really a legitimate fear. But because I do live in Canada. A little cold for sharks. All of your reads sound cool. I'm revising chapter 30 of my Bakery Rivals to Lovers project, Sugar Spice. Yay. You must be getting close. Like, how many chapters are in it that you need to do revising for? Like, I feel like that must be somewhat close.
Yeah.
To the end. Last year, Erin Sterling had a free cross stitch pattern with the Kiss Curse. So I've been working on that one. That's fun.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. I actually never continued with that series, Alicia. Did you like the Kiss Curse more than the X-Hex? I liked the X-Hex. Like it was a book and I read it. Like that's how I kind of described the X-Hex. There was nothing wrong with it. There was nothing fantastic about it. It was just middle of the road for me. So I didn't continue, but like would love to know if you thought the second one was better. Because I know the second one follows her cousin and I kind of liked that character better. So like could be led to continue that.
Yeah.
Didn't read, had dinner and did the dishes. Very nice. The Circus Infinite is a space circus book with found family
Ooh.
and an asexual male protagonist. Now, this sounds more up my street because also not deep water. So,
Yeah.
perfect. I'm going to need all your sci-fi recommendations, Ro, because to be honest, I haven't read that much sci-fi. The stuff that I have read, really enjoyed. Like I love To Sleep in a Sea of Stars, and that's like 600-page sci-fi. So I feel like if I can like a 600-page sci-fi, I probably like sci-fi. But the only sci-fi I didn't like was The Martian, which I know it's a odd take because I know that's a well-loved sci-fi book.
Wow.
I know. You know I didn't like it though. You knew that I DNF'd after the poop potatoes. The man went on about potatoes and poop potatoes for like 40 pages.
I'm telling you, bro, you had to get past the poop potatoes, okay? Like he was a little obsessed with
I
it,
couldn't
but
get
like you
past
had to get past it.
I didn't make it. Maybe someday I'll retry. But Tina's looking at us, obviously not knowing about the poop
To
potatoes.
be honest,
Like,
I just kind of like blocked out that part until we got past it. Like when he mentioned it, I was like, okay, that's interesting. And then once it was no longer interesting, I just zoned out until he started talking about
it
something
just
else.
goes on for so many
So that's
pages.
what you have to do. You have to just zone out.
Anyway, he's stuck on Mars. Mars?
Yes, Mars.
Mars. He's stuck on Mars. He's the only one there, and he's like some sort of botanist or something. So he's like, I can plant myself a garden, but I need
everybody else.
but I
got
need
like sent back to Earth.
Yeah,
they think that he's dead.
Right. So he needs like the right growing materials to make potatoes, and he goes into the scientific, very scientific, and that's great, of how you would need to use your poop to make potatoes, and it's very in depth, and it's very, and I'm sure that's true, and I'm sure it all makes scientific sense. I was like, I don't care.
I'm telling you, you have to just blank it out. Like you listen to it to begin with because like you need the information to move forward.
I believe you.
Then you just when he starts repeating himself about it, you know, when he starts like experimenting and stuff, no one gives a shit about that. So then you just block it out. And then eventually he starts talking about something else and then you come back in. That's what you have to do.
This could be true. The more scientific part of sci-fi may not be my thing. And that could be true because the sci-fi I've liked is less info dumpy on the science.
Don't read Dune then, bro.
I own Dune. I haven't read it. May not like it. Do not know.
If you don't like this sciencey, like the heavy
I have
sciencey
read other sciencey ones and have liked it. I really just didn't like The Martian. And I think it was not so much the science as the writing style was the issue.
To be honest, Dune is so dry, bro.
Well, I believe that. But so is a little bit of oh darn it.
Like I don't feel like Dune ever becomes not dry.
No, that makes sense. But like a lot of epic fantasies are like that too, even though that's an epic sci-fi, but same, you know what I mean? I think it was more the writing style for me, to be honest, than anything. But it's just such a well-loved one that I'm like, I didn't like it. Well, I got only 60 pages in, so I can't really say I didn't like it. I just was like, I'm done. Enjoyed The Kiss Curse so much better than the X-Hex. Okay. See, and that's good to know because the X-Hex was just okay for me. And Alicia, I find you and I really agree on books. We are of the same mind a lot of times when we buddy read books. You know, when you find those people that you buddy read and you're like always kind of agree, it's like, oh, good. I can trust your opinion because we're the same. Yeah. Issue with Into the Drowning Deep. Okay. I haven't read that, but again, it's the deep water. It's the deep water for me, but I can't do it. It's supposed to be a horror and it's about mermaids, which to me says fantasy, but it's so sciencey that I was having a hard time. Yeah, I think that one would probably fall into like a genre blend of a sci-fi horror.
It is.
Yeah.
Deep is a I haven't read it, but I can tell by the way people talk about it, it's definitely a genre blend.
I mean, I can handle them. I just prefer not to. And to be honest, anything deep sea, not really. I also don't mind, like I will read them, but if a sci-fi or not a sci-fi, if a fantasy is just set on a boat for the entirety of the book, I'm so bored. I support. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just maybe not like it's not my favorite setting for so like piratey books, just not my thing unless it's a retelling of Peter Pan. That's pretty much the only piratey book that I can get behind. But I just find like books that are on ships are just not my favorite. Oh, interesting. I haven't read the book, so like I didn't know that, but good to know.
Well, yeah, there's also that. But like
You're like, that's true.
I just feel like if you're gonna try to enjoy Dune, just watch the movie. Like,
yeah.
I read Dune in high school because my stepdad made me because it's like one of his favorite classics or whatever, and it wasn't great. To be honest, I don't really like the movie either because like I haven't watched the show or
I was just about to say, have you seen the new show with Timothy Chalamet?
But I did, like, my brother used to be, like, obsessed with the original Dune movie, and I just don't care. Like, truthfully, the only thing I can remember about that entire movie is the creepy blue eyes. They haunt my dreams. So, like, I just did not care.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
It's fair.
No. Didn't know there was a movie before that.
I thought it was just the show.
New one with Timothy Chalamet.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's from like the 80s.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
The original movie.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. I do not get seasick with water books, but I could see how that might happen if you're really like thinking it through. I could see that. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to do the math of like how many can we get another sprint in after this? We do 45. Yeah, we'll do a short one after this one. Okay. I'll see you in 45.
Yes.
So I obviously wasn't paying attention, and because Libby doesn't adjust times on their stupid audiobooks, I have like 3 minutes left of this audio. I was like, no. No. So that's a thing. Poor planning on my part on the sprint. Should have made it a 50-minute, but it's fine. How did you go?
I didn't read very much because I needed to do dishes. I had to get Ari off the school bus. All that stuff. However, I did finish my diamond painting.
Woo!
Wow.
Before I had to get Ari. Well, I only had like one small section left to do when we started the sprint. So I was like, I'm just going to sit here for like 5 minutes and finish this.
Yeah.
Because I was like, well, okay, girl, time to get up and go do dishes. And I'm like, I cannot leave this like just with one little spot.
Yeah.
No. So I did finish. This is what it looks
Hold
like.
on, I'm gonna make you bigger.
Okay.
Hold on. Yay. There we go. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
This
It's amazing.
red is all like special diamonds.
Mm.
And then the stars, which I don't know if you can, my lighting is not great in here, but
That's
the
okay.
stars, because all I have on is my ring light. I don't have the big light on. But the stars that are up here are also like a special diamond. They call it an electro diamond. I don't know. It's just like it's gold and shiny. Like I don't know what else it's supposed to do.
I like it,
You know what
though.
I'm saying?
Oh.
But then the red one is just like a standard AB. I will say that I'm pretty sure there's one spot in this that I'm pretty sure I put the wrong color down, but like if I didn't tell you where it is,
You're the only one who would know that. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Or like if you've done this kit before, like I guess if you really looked at it, you could see where it is, just because like it's kind of obvious, like that the pattern isn't the same. But I'm too lazy to peel these off.
Yeah, no.
And those were put down like a week ago. So I'm not really trying to peel them off at this point. But yeah, I think it turned out well. So now I'm kitting this down into my jar so that I can do a new one. I did put up a poll on my community tab for people to pick like the next whip that I start or whatever. Well, not that I start, but that I finish, because I currently have like 6 projects going. We're not going to talk about it. Okay. Because I'll do whatever one gets the most votes on Nicole's sprint.
Right. Oh, that's right. Those are tonight. Good reminder. Yes, Kay, I saw this. I really probably should have just done that. I don't know why.
It's been like 3 extra minutes because I have to finish my book.
Next time I will do that because I really should have done that. Tina, how did your sprint go?
I got to 64% in the heart of Devin McCabe. And I'm working on this one. I mean, honestly, like like what Neve was saying, like I messed up here somewhere. I did something I shouldn't have did, but like
again, you're the
no
only
one's gonna notice.
Exactly.
They're gonna notice the image. They're not gonna care about that.
Exactly. Let's see how everybody else did. Kiana only has 37 minutes left of Against the Current. So close to finished. Got to 8% in Be My Ghost. Got to page 56, I think, but had to stop for a snack and let the dog outside. 88 pages left. Everyone's getting very close to the end of their books. Yeah, I definitely should have read another chapter. Also, somehow have acquired 4 pens in the last sprint from around the office. Where exactly they're from or how I acquired them, I don't know. That's funny. Half the time, I feel like I have the opposite problem of like, I cannot find a pen. And I'm like, we have pens in this house, but like, where are they? Read about 50 pages in Crooked Kingdom. Finished your nonfiction, 5 stars. Yes, we love 5-star energy. Hi, Courtney. Also, everyone, we will be done in time for Courtney's sprints. So Courtney has sprints at 4:30 Eastern, which is in an hour and 15 minutes. So we'll have one more sprint, and then everyone can just go to Courtney's if they want some more sprints. So,
Mhm.
and then Courtney usually finishes up right in time for Nicole and Neva's craft and reading and crafting at 7 p.m. Eastern.
7 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what the hell time that is Australian time, and I do not try to convert it. I'm not gonna.
I do because Nicole didn't change because Nicole lives in a place that doesn't change. So if it's 7 p.m. for you, it's 8 p.m. for me, which means it's 9 a.m. for Nicole.
Yes. Yeah.
Woo! All right. I'm glad I have
It's
you, bro.
just
I could never.
It's just 14 hours. Like it's not. It's like just switch the PM AM and then add 2.
Right. And I only have to add 1 for Nicole. Now I have to add 2 for all the other Australians. And then when we fall back, I need to add 3. It's
the books and diamond sprints have become a thing.
Fall back, we'll add.
Right, because they spring forward, we fall back. So instead of catching back up to the normal time change, we actually get like further apart. It's very confusing. Yeah. It's a lot, really.
I can barely understand our time change, so I don't know like everyone in the US and like in this part of the world's time change. So
it's so hard. We were trying to last night, Neva was in this group chat. We were trying to pick a date for the group read for Smuttober. And Crystal's like, what time is that for me? And I was like, you time changed, right?
Unbelievable, bro. It was like,
I don't know if you moved or not, because some of Australia moved and some didn't. And that really will make a difference. And I needed to check.
Listen, I saw her message and promptly did not reply.
Oh, not
like I'm just gonna let Brittany deal with that.
Yeah.
No,
I think Nicole is the only Australian in that area, like the Queensland, right?
Yeah,
didn't do whatever time happens.
Yes, but Ren is on a weird one with a weird half-hour time change.
Yeah.
What are even time zones?
Ren is a half hour ahead of Nicole and a half hour behind Crystal. Please send help.
My thing is, what even are time zones at this point, dude?
I honestly don't know. I don't understand time change. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be a thing.
It should not be this hard to tell people when to be on sprints, but
also we shouldn't have 4 different time zones just in North America.
I mean, it makes sense. It's really big, and there's more than 4.
I don't give a. I only
North America. There's one. So there's the one Newfoundland's in, which I forget the name of. Atlantic, Eastern, Central, Mountain, Pacific. 6, 7. I don't know. A lot.
Please,
we should just all live in the same place. I think we should all just move to the same place. And then it would be easier to get together for book things. That's what I think we should do.
I just feel like it's like the time changing thing. Like, why are we catering to like farmers that can't get up too early? Like, we're only catering to farmers and children. Like, I don't care about that. That doesn't.
Children do not do well with daylight savings. Children do not do well for children. Parents do not get the extra hour in the fall. Like fall's coming, I will not get that extra hour. That will not.
Here's the thing, man.
That I get.
Ari is like, we get up in the morning for school, dude. And it's still dark out, right?
Yeah.
And she's like, why am I going to school in the middle of the night? And I'm like, it's 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a thing too. Yeah, right. Alaska and Hawaii are different. That's true. Because when I just go schedule the sprints and I will look to see, because Hawaii is hard for me. It hurts. Yeah. That's just one. It's just one too far for me for some reason. Like I can't seem to figure it out. I don't know why.
I have no clue at the time. I have no clue at the time why it would even be. I can figure out most of like the contiguous or whatever, but
it's so hard. I don't know. And it's hard when you have friends that literally live in like almost every time zone.
Here's the thing. Yeah. I didn't have friends that lived in every time zone until I started BookTube, bro. And now I have friends from all over the globe. So Mr. Reno and Eva will be like, oh, why is it daylight for this person? And I'm like, they're literally a whole day ahead, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It is the next day in the middle of the day for them. Mm-hmm. And he's like, oh. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah. I literally know people at this point
we know people everywhere
around the world. So
yeah. It's fun. Like it's fun to say that, to be like, my Australian friends, but it's like trying to make time zones work for like to do live streams. Like we were trying to plan the Clickanian live show with Meredith and them, and it's just like my brain hurts because like you've got Allie in Hawaii, they're in Australia, I'm here, and it's like trying to find a time that works for all.
The thing with Meredith's like sprints and stuff is I know that they're gonna be when I'm at work because they're always like in the middle of the night for everybody else. And the thing is like people will be like, oh, Neva is in North America. She's in Indiana in the United States. And I'm like, yeah, but I run in on Australian time clock because like I work nights.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Alicia got to 68%. And Jean's here. Hi, Jean. Reading 7% of Icebreaker. This is going to be on my TBR next month, so I hope you're liking it.
I need to read this.
I'm reading it next month if you want to read it with me.
Sure, I'll buddy read it with you. Hopefully I don't DNF it like I did with, unfortunately, whatever the hell it was called.
To be honest, I told you to DNF that because you were like, I'm feeling like DNFing, and I was like, do it. I wish I wasn't as
I was like,
and that was an option.
Here's the thing is I did write an ARC review for it because I don't
stop my comments to you.
Well, even if I DNF the book, I will still write an ARC review. Like I don't mark it on NetGalley as a DNF because it counts against your score. So I gave it a 2-star and basically just said like I really had high hopes for this. It was a 5-star prediction for me, which is why I had requested it from NetGalley because I liked the other one so much. And the characters in Unfortunately Yours, I really liked them in the first book, whatever it was called that I can't think of right now. You know what book I'm talking about. So I was like, I really had high hopes for this book and it fell real flat for me. Like truly from like the first chapter. Like truly from like the beginning where he was like imagining her naked or whatever, which like that's fine, like they're enemies to lovers, like I understand they have like a history or they're friends to enemies to lovers or whatever. But like they had history, right? So I was like, all right, cool, like I can get behind, like at least like they know each other. But then like the whole time that he's supposed to be being like judged for his wine or whatever, he's talking about how shitty his wine is. Then why are you doing this? And then also he's like talking about how he's just imagining her naked the entire time. Like, sir.
Yeah. It was not
the
good.
amount of times he uses the word tits, bro.
It was so many. It was literally so many. It was like
I like that word too, but not that
much. It was like the book we read where he kept saying dude, and I was like, oh no, not again.
Oh, Marry Me Cute or whatever the hell.
No, it was You're a Mean One, Matthew Prince.
You're a Mean One, yeah. I think we both got that one as a freaking ARC last year. We were like, this is not fun. That's why I was like, you were further by I think 2 or 3 chapters, and I was like, I love you, best friend, but I want to DNF it. She was like, just DNF it.
And I proceeded to send you like 1 to 2 star reviews, laughing my behind off because I was like, this is not a book we liked. I know some people liked it. It was just not it was not. I did not.
It must be like the other series. I liked both books for that series. Okay. I know that's not a popular opinion, but I gave the first book 4 stars and the second book 5. And I read them. Now, I did accidentally read them out of order because I got the second book as an ARC, not realizing it was part of a series.
Right.
And I gave it 5 stars. And then I was like, well, I might as well read the first one. It happened one summer or whatever. And I read it and it was good. Like I gave it 4 stars. Yeah. I think probably it was the third act breakup that pissed me off.
Oh, that was awful. That's the only reason it happened one summer didn't get 5 stars for me too. Same reason. Because it was so ridiculous.
Because if it doesn't make sense or it just seems like all you had to do was talk to each other, I'm docking it at least a 0.5%.
Although I will say, our Miss Tessa Bailey, which I like Tessa Bailey books, most of them. I mean, there's a few I don't.
Yeah,
really bad with making the most ludicrous third act breakups that have ever occurred in literature.
She is the queen of miscommunication. Because even the first book doesn't make any sense. Even the first book in the Unfortunately series, which I know that's not what it's called, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Even in that one, like the third act
breakup is crazy.
Conflict that caused the breakup, which like I get it, like dude had anxiety, whatever, and what happened caused him to have an anxiety attack. I get it. I also have anxiety, okay? But she could have just opened her mouth and said, "This is what I'm doing," or he could have said, "Hey, why did you do this?" And it would have been fine. And then by the end, it was all hunky dory. Nobody went to therapy. No one worked on themselves. Okay,
It was not good. It was not good.
I need characters to start going to therapy. That's all.
Yeah. Right.
You
Alicia
see,
wants to read Icebreaker 2, and so does Kiana. If people want, I can make a group read for this. If people want to do. Please somehow put an emoji in the chat if you would like to be in a group read for Icebreaker next month. I will say it will depend on when we read it in the month of what prompt for clue it will work for. So like we can decide like when we hear about a clue prompt, we can be like, do we want to all read it for this one because it works and can do that? And if you're not participating in clue, of course you can still read it when we read it. That's
I just want to say that if for some reason, well, wait, we're not all getting the same clue for clue or the same prompt for clue though, right?
True.
Oh, that's true. Okay, maybe we'll just pick a date and we'll just figure it out.
I figure we should just pick it because I was gonna say if it doesn't work because I think each
that's a valid point.
It's their own prompt depending on where on the board they are.
Where you are on the board, you're so correct.
But I'm not putting an emoji, but I want to be a part of it.
No, I figured you would just tell me.
Also, I just want to say that my Taylor Swift sweater finally came, and this is the most comfortable thing I've ever worn in my life. Did I order it too big? Yes, don't talk to me about it. It's a granny sweater. 3 months I had to wait for this sweater.
Really?
Nice.
And it was only up for 70. It was only up for 72
hours. But it's Taylor. That makes sense.
No, it's this Speak Now one.
Mm-hmm.
Which is this is the only one that I've liked. I don't like the other one that's like boxy. Ugh, I'm sorry. That looks cute on Taylor Swift. I am not cottagecore, okay. But it has like these pretty, like the stars on the sleeves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it's so comfortable, bro. But 3 months. I had to wait 3 months.
Long time. So I'm gonna throw us into another sprint because if we're gonna get one more in, we have to go like now. Because I need to be off in literally 35-ish minutes. So that'll give us like a really quick chatty time at the end. But before I do that, I'm going to answer this really quick. So the Clue Readathon is hosted by Rainy Blue Reads. I will put the link to the announcement video in this comment box as soon as we go on Sprint. For anyone who wants to have the information for that, and you'll see all the hosts and everything going on.
So
I will post that during this sprint. So let me pull up the kitty cat. We're only going to do a 30, like I said, so that I can get off on time for other activities. But I will see you all in 30. Hello. I finished my book and then proceeded to just make dinner and not read for the rest of the sprint. So I read for 3 minutes of that sprint. You're welcome. And I made the group read for this too. If anyone else wants to be a part of it, just let me know. Again, throw an emoji because that's the best way for me to like know who actually wants to be in it. And I can add you, but that's been done as well. How did your sprint go, Neva?
Did not read. I pulled out my squares, like my square product, like the one with squares. So I talk about this in my Whippin' chat, but I actually have 2 square projects going right now because I had to. Okay, sorry. I had to contact Diamond Art Club because for the first square drill that I was doing, which is this one, they did not send me enough of 336, which I need for the entire background.
Right.
And at first I was like, okay, maybe because I keep spare drills in a certain spot. Like I have a bucket upstairs that I actually used to diamond paint on when I was sitting in my room. And I was like, maybe I put them in there. And then I had like an existential crisis where I was like, oh my God, I kitted up like a bunch of spare drills that I had from my kits upstairs, my big kits, my poster size ones. Those are kitted up into containers, right? And I was like, oh my God, did I kit them up in there? And I was like, girl, this dark blue is not in any kind of pastel summery.
Mm-hmm.
And also, they would be square drills, and both of those kits are round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I got a hold of them at like 5:30 in the morning, and they answered me like within like 20 minutes.
Nice.
So I'm just waiting for the drills to get here. Like they've already sent them, but I'm waiting for them to get here. And like you can ask Nicole. Nicole heard me crying about it because I was like, Squares and I were becoming friends. Like I was on a roll. So I was like, you know what, forget it. So I went upstairs and I pulled out my other square kit, which is this Expecto Patronum one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Squares for me are very slow going.
Yeah.
Like I think I've put in already like 12 hours or something, and I don't have that much done. Like I don't even want to show you how much I've done. I have like this section where my fingers are, where this finger starts, this finger ends. That's all I have done. And I've probably put in like I could check my app, but I think I've put in like 12 hours on this canvas already.
Ooh. Yeah, that does take a longer time for sure.
But it's because like I can't multi-place with squares.
Mm-hmm.
They go crooked, and squares are not forgiving because there's no gapping. They click in place. So I'm like, it's fine. We're going to be friends. We are, because Randall Spengler is my favorite artist. He's the one that does the dragons. So like my dragon piece that I did is by him, and it's in rounds. And then I have 2 more coming tomorrow from Amazon. They're Amazon exclusives that are also rounds. But a lot of the Diamond Art Club kids, because there's so much detail in them, they do them in squares. And I'm like, the only way this can be my favorite artist is if I can do squares.
You have to just conquer the squares.
Yes.
But that's why I always have a round kit going, because the round kit makes me feel like I'm accomplishing something.
Yeah.
And the square kit is something that I can just do when I want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. But I did not read at all. So.
Tina, how did it go for you?
Me as well. I just was talking to my parents a little bit and then had a little snack and like read a couple pages with my family.
Good. I love that we were just like, you know what? Last sprint, we're all just gonna take a break.
Who reads for 30 minutes? That's what we all
like. No, can't do it. Hello, Monica. I did not realize that you were in New Zealand. For some reason, I did not know this, and I did notice that the YouTube was not putting you live, and this has been happening to me too. Is that like sometimes I'll be scrolling past a live when I don't have time, and it'll like preview the live. And then when I actually click on it, it'll start from the part that it previewed 2 hours ago.
You can
here it's live. I mean, it's an easy fix. You just have to like hit live. But like, I'm like, why is it doing this now?
You can also turn that off, like the preview thing.
I would, but sometimes I just check my own sprints when I'm upstairs to see how much time I have by watching the preview.
I
So,
feel you.
I would if I didn't actually.
If I leave, I'm not gonna lie. If I leave the room, I just turn the sprints, whatever sprint. Like if I'm on live sprints with somebody or myself, on live sprints with my. Okay, anyway, I just will like find the video because it's usually like in my watch like history or whatever, and I just click that and then I just let it play, and then I'm like, okay, I have like a 15-second difference.
Yeah, you have to adjust. Yeah,
and like the actual sprint timer
on here on my iPad. I have to where I'm from, streaming from. I have to look at and cross stitching the pattern. So I have to go off here and not look at that. So I'll put it on my TV so I can see it.
That makes sense. Hello, Ulysses. How are you? I'm sorry that you came in on the last sprint, but I'm sure we'll chat soon more at a time. Got to 12% in Be My Ghost and just have to finish adding contacts for reorder and then class in an hour. Have 21 minutes left, but we now know who the murderer is. Well, that's a start.
Yeah.
We want to know who the murderer is.
Right. We really do. You're very welcome for the sprints. It was a good day. Good Thursday. 56 pages left. Got to page 263 of 330. Going to finish this today and start the next book, Pinned for Murder. Nice. Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you so much to Neva and Tina for coming to hang out with me because it's way more fun with friends. It's way more fun with friends. Yes. So here we are, but we are all done for today. And this is the end of the sprints, like I said, but we will be back, or I will be back, I should say, on Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Eastern. This Tuesday is going to be a little bit different because I have Nicole coming on to read Priest with me together on the sprint. So if anyone wants to read that with us, we will be doing that.
I will be watching at work. I am ready. I am so ready.
Tuesday night. It'll be you don't have to read Priest. It's just me and Nicole will be reading Priest. And then we will be doing what was I going to say? Thursday sprints. My brain. I got a text that came in at the same time and I was like, what is happening? My brain short-circuited.
I definitely looked up and thought it was my computer.
Oh, it's me. And I was like, my brain short-circuited and I was useless. So, Tuesday night, regular sprints really, but me and Nicole will be reading Priest. And then on Thursday, we will be back same time, but for 7 hours next week. So we've got lots of sprints next week on this channel. And I'm sure everyone else's sprints coming up. That'll be Tuesday night on this channel. I will be doing sprints with Nicole to read Priest. And like I said, Courtney has sprints in 25 minutes if you need more sprints. And Neva and Nicole have sprints tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for like 8 hours, 9 hours. So
it's like, last week we did go a little long. Okay, we definitely went 9 hours last week.
Yeah. And Tina's doing Tina's doing sprints in the middle of the day a lot of days now. So you might want to hit subscribe to keep on top of that as well. But I almost hit Live Studio. It's like, bye,
Brittany.
It's like I'm new here and I don't do this 2 to 3 times a week, you know? Anyway, thank you so much for hanging out with me and I will see everyone next week. Bye.